Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Thursday. Hope your week has gone all right up to this point, and I hope that it continues to improve. My week is already improving because I get to play more Elden Ring. We left off having one tapped Margit. We used the wolves, and that definitely makes a difference because if you can stagger Margit, he's very easy. But, you know, it's all part of the game. So today we're going to finish up Limgrave and then head down to the Weeping Peninsula. And then if we have any extra time after all of the Weeping Peninsula BS, we will probably go to Stormveil. Let me click over properly. I love the loading screens in this game. So yeah, there's Stormveil. We don't care. So we need to go, there's an invasion we need to take care of up here. And then we're going to go, as the title suggests, we're going to go help Kenneth Haight. And then we cleared the Forlorn Hound Ever Jail, and so I think then we'll just get going. I don't remember if there's anything else. They're the bell-bearing hunters, I guess, that we could try to fight, but they're rough. Well, I think they show up around shopkeepers at night, but we don't have a warning of an invasion. I haven't checked recently to see if I have the recipe for roller raisins. Oh, I guess we could also go meet Blythe. That's something else we could take care of. He's not, you don't need to talk to him. This game is much, much more forgiving with NPC quest lines than Dark Souls 3 is, or any other Souls game. But, you know, might as well. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's over here. Note the copious blood stains because this guy is actually kind of tough. Mostly the back that he spews out is the dangerous bit. As long as you don't get hit by that, you're pretty good. Anyway. Back in the base game, all there was the duelist finger here. But then, they added the Colosseum, where you can actually do competitive PvP, which I've never done because I'm bad. I am significantly better at Soulsborne PvE than I am PvP. But it's fun. It's cute. It's they balance spells differently. in the Colosseum fights, so that you can use really cool spells, but they're not oppressively good.
Wait. Well, you're back. The howl of a wolf. In the Mistwood. I suppose he must still be skulking about. I know. Why not meet him for yourself next time you hear the wolf's howl? Make this signal right under the source. Don't fret. There is nothing to fear. I just have an inkling the two of you might hit it off.
We will buy the telescope since we have the ruins casually. I don't think we need anything else because we got the torch.
Goodbye.
And let's go see some howling in the woods, shall we? Gonna head south. Rickety shield. My favorite. What I find amusing is that Blythe, fully capable of human speech, chooses to howl wordlessly.
Who goes there? Carly sent you, did he? Ever the bloody busybody. Maybe to him you don't seem so strange. The name's Blythe. I'm looking for a man who goes by Darrowell. He fled somewhere nearby. Or so I've heard. Come tell me if you find him before I do. I can offer you ample reward. Darrowell, and in need of a fitting end to his tale.
I thought Darrowell was the Bloodhound Knight that we fought.
Darrowell, and in need of a...
But I could be wrong. Anyway. I'm pretty sure we took him out, but because I don't think the Everjails show up like that on the map unless you have beaten the individual residing in there. Anyway. Its strength builds are so nice. They're so nice because A, you stagger with nearly every hit, and B, you kill things in like 2 hits, and it's so satisfying. Like, I don't need to learn attack patterns when I can just kill things. I've forgotten where most of the early golden seeds are, and so it is nice to see them. I mean, why not? His guys usually drop ruin fragments, which is always sanctuary stones, same diff. Okay, so there are a bunch of guys who are going to throw fire bombs from above. And if we stand too close to the conveniently placed explosive barrels, then we will get mega exploded. But you can always roll through barrels that are suspicious to break them without exploding them. Unless somehow you have, like, fire on your roll. In which case, I don't recommend it. Commoner's Shoes. Nice. I'd like to think I don't need wolves to fight this guy. Especially because, again, we stagger on every hit. Bloody Slash is a pretty good Ash of War. More so if we're doing Arcane or Bleed in general. It's not bad if you're just using it to use your FP, but it's, you know, it's best with the right build. The Dectus Medallion, good to get. Oh. I think that's all you have to do to clear it out, according to the game's logic. I don't think there's any other necessary steps, so let's go inform Kenneth Haight of our bravery.
Did you manage to recapture my fort? Oh, excellent news. Just wonderful. And the knight's dead to boot. Well done, my friend. Well done indeed. I knew I was right to trust you. Now, here's your reward, as promised. Go ahead. It's all yours.
Not bad.
Right then. Time for me to head to the fort. I've much to do. First, I'll have to re-establish communication with the demi-humans. What's that look? You don't believe me? Well, under the Erd Tree, commingling with the demi-humans is made possible. Even the vulgar shall not be left behind, under the rule of true order. Which is why I, Kenneth Haight, next in line as the rightful ruler of Limgrave, have sworn to uphold it. Just you watch, my friend. Just you watch. Would you like to enter my service? I see bright things in your future, stout warrior. Enter into my service and learn the workings of the Erd Tree's true order. And who knows? Perhaps sometime down the line, the grace of gold will return to those tarnished eyes of yours. What say you? A fine accord, is it not? Very well indeed. I knew I saw something in you. I shall await you at my fort. We shall hold a ceremony for your knighting there, I think. I see great things ahead of us. We are truly by the Erd Tree blessed. Right then, I've much to do.
Okay. You always have to exhaust a dialogue. Yeah. Note, all the people around here have respawned. And suddenly there's a bunch of demi-humans in here. He did in fact reestablish communication with them, but they are not friendly. Not with us, at least. Basically just a bunch of free souls, runes, whatever.
You, is it? I suppose you must have seen it by now, yes. The sorry state of my fort? Oh, indeed, it is a foul fate for a land to be without a ruler. And one must be found, with haste. And not that awful Godric, but a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave. I'm sorry to have lifted your hopes, but I haven't the authority to raise you to knighthood. As things stand, the great Kenneth Haight issues his sincerest apology. But now, I must begin my search post-haste for a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
So he is looking for a new king. Oh yeah, we can't. We can't mount up here. If you finish the quest line for finding the new king of Limgrave, you get a ancient dragon smithing stone, which is the reason to do it, because that is the Haight Knight slab of this game, the last upgrade tier. So it's definitely worth doing. Plus, it's not all that hard. You just have to make sure you don't kill certain people and, you know, have a moral conscience about turning people into puppets. Okay, so that's the lake. Could be in the right area. Speaking of roa fruit. Yes, we do have the recipe for roa raisins. Yeah, we saw you coming. Look at how much more damage we do, though. Is good. So I always put roa raisins here as the bottom item so that I can heal Torrent if he ever takes too many hits. Using your flask while mounted heals him a little bit, but it is far from enough to really keep him safe. You get an upgraded version of grower raisins once you get to the plateau, whose name I forget currently. Now, and then there's a final tier of raisins in the mountains.
Right. There you are. Had to work for it, but it's done. Don't say I'm not a man of my word. Here's your prize.
Nice.
Oh, yes. I should say, if you venture north to Raya Lucaria and come across a venerable blacksmith who's a little on the large side, tell him I sent you, and he'll be sure to treat you right. I owe you one, I reckon. That's enough chit-chat for now. It's time we parted ways. That's enough. It's time we part.
Whatever you say, dwarf boy. Oh, we need to go get... Did I? I think I got those Starlight Shards. Yes, we did pick them up. Cool. Note the stake of Marika here, because, you know, this is really easy to die here. Believe it or not, the ballista, pretty lethal. Much less lethal when you know to target it first. Yeah, long standing experience that spear slash pikemen beat cavalry. Let's back out. Why did my Flask of Crimson Tears get unequipped? That seems like a grievous mistake. Must have been when I was futzing around in my inventory. Just a heads up, you always want to loot the corpse on the... There's another one on the bridge here somewhere that has a friggin' stone sword key. Yeah, always want to make sure you grab that. Yeah.
Hello? Is somebody there? Might I bend your ear for a moment, please? My name is Irina. I've escaped from Castle Morn to the south. The servants there have rebelled. I can't be sure what it is. My eyesight's been weak since birth, you see. But I swear I heard frightful howling from all over. My good father secreted me out the castle, but decided himself to stay. He says it's his duty. As commander, I fear for father's life. The servants are full of wrath, filled with hatred for every one of us. They've since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. They haven't spared a soul. I fear it's no different at Castle Morn. Please, I implore you, would you mind taking a letter to my father? At the castle, my soul wishes that he escape, even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe. Thank you. Dearly, then please, take this. Deliver it to my father, who remains in the castle, if you please.
I don't remember whether there is anything specific up here. Pretty sure there's a catacomb or something down here. Nope, maybe not. But it is good to avoid the archer prick right at the center. So if you see these candle things, they show you the location of a dungeon, except that it's really long and roundabout, and you have to follow the footsteps of the shambling ghoul here. However, I don't remember the exact location of all the dungeons, so I am gonna follow. Probably down this way. There we go. We are gonna want a bow before we make it to Castle Morn, if possible. And we might want a strike weapon. Ah! Forgot about that one. Again, note the copious bloodstains down here. Trees, which is nice. Let's see if we can go back up before we go further down. Is it the Rune Bear? It's the Rune Bear. No quarter for Rune Bears. Hello, Nene. Nice to see you again. Rip. That's the downside to charging your spells, is sometimes you just pay more FP for nada. We did the title already. We went and cleared out the fort and gave Kenneth his home back. And then we went to the Colosseum and had the invasion encounter there. But that's pretty much it. Otherwise, we just arrived at Limgrave, whatever, Weeping Peninsula, and met Irina. I can't get that weak spot attack, so we're just going to charge strong attack. Lords, thank you for distracting it enough for me to throw my stupid silly fireballs when I really should have just been slamming with my sword. Pretty good. Trina's Lily. The first time I played Elden Ring, I was doing a sorcery build, and I used the Sword of Saint Trina for nearly the whole game, because when you can put things to sleep, it becomes really easy to spam really strong spells with them. And so I have a soft spot for Trina's Lilies and sleep effects in general. They're pretty fun. Okay, let's go pick up the map. What? Oh, up there, that tower. Okay. Remember, just because they're shooting my enemies does not mean they are my friends. Yeah. We have our favorites, and fond memories for sure. The first time I ever used a katana of any kind, I was struggling against the final boss of the DLC, and read online that he was weak to bleed, and so I got the Rivers of Blood and spec'd out for Arcane and tried to bleed him to death, but did not work. And then in Dark Souls 3, the playthrough I just did, I played with the Uchigatana until I got the washing pole, and then had fun with that. I think this one's also a trap. No, but there is another trap chest somewhere at the top of a tower. I don't remember specifically where, but we'll certainly run into it. Okay. Those statues, the humpback statue up right next to the compass right now, they'll show you the location of a nearby catacomb, if you didn't know. So if you're struggling to find where you need to go next or where you can go next. No, don't fall off. Good. You can walk up and examine, and then it points directly to it, so it's somewhere down the edge of the cliff. But the marker, the directional point, shows up on your map, so you can see it more clearly there. We can get one level here. Do I want strength? Yeah. Let's get at least to 20 and see if we can two-hand the halberd. Because that would be cool. Come on. You're struggling with Radagon as in last boss of the game Radagon? No, come on. Give me the attack. Give me the attack. Good. Yeah, he is fairly tough. I like once you recognize the tells for his different attacks, I think he gets a lot more manageable. Like he has lots of wide range attacks, but they all hit in very clear specific areas. So that's the only advice I have offhand, because it's been, you know, a good number of years since I fought him. But once you get used to looking for his tells, it's much smoother. So a scarab up there. Me gathering all the different ashes of war, knowing full well that I'm never going to use them. We'll rest, might as well.
Buying or selling?
5 first. Always take the empty pots, because they cracked pots, because they're semi-consumable. You craft them into consumables, and then they're used for more things afterwards. I want the stone sword key and the medallion. And again, let's go get the map. The PTSD that I have from Radagon is when he does his arch his back as he jumps up with his hammer, and then slams down. I think that one does the spread out of holy damage. That got me a lot. Why are you still aggro to me? Okay, there we go. Yeah, down here is where we're gonna head, that catacomb. Fight these gravity weirdos too. Oh, that guy has glowing eyes, and that means that he drops more runes when killed. I think it also makes him a little stronger. But don't know that for sure. Excuse me. Nice. I'm pretty sure there are significantly more stone sword keys in the game than there are places to put stone sword keys in the game. But I always get anxious about not having enough. Impaler's Catacombs. Yeah, definitely don't have enough runes yet. Feel like, yeah. Bye. Bye. Oh, wow. I have far less health than I thought I did. Yeah. Yeah, I remember this room. I'm pretty sure at least one of these has an invisible wall. Do I have a bow? I do have a bow. And just enough dex to use it. But no arrows. Which is why we always kill birds. Rip. Okay. Guess not. Uh-oh. I mean, at the worst, we just have to go through here again. I guess that's it. You bait it up a little bit, and then while it's going down, you get back on. These guys are the worst. They drop like 0 runes, but then grab you and deal a lot of damage. And I don't think they stop spawning, so you kind of just run through. Fast. Yeah, let's go rest. So I would like all of my flasks. I think it's the Lord Sworn's Greatsword. It's the one that you get in the carriage at the the first ruins where you meet Melina. Yeah, Lord Sworn's Greatsword. But generally speaking, it's very helpful if you can kill the ads before you try to fight the boss. However, these ads are really annoying, so it's not always possible. Because these guys like to run around and dodge your hits. And the Burial Watchdog is just pretty adept at hitting you. But now this one's down to just one hit. So we should be able to... Cool. And now it's smooth sailing. Ow, that's lame. Yeah. They're good if you can hit. Jeez. There we go. Closer than I wanted it to be. Root resin is also used for some crafting recipe. I don't remember what, but I always found myself wanting more of it. Top off our flasks. Just shy of a level. No. Hey, we can get another spell slot. Three wise beasts, you say? See if I remember where they are. Two. Yep. Yes, my name is John. I go by, I imagine myself going by Pax as an abbreviation, as a YouTube name. But yes, my first name is John. Which, it's either on my channel description or it's on my Instagram, one of the two. I'm not, let's see, I'm not extremely anal about not being called by my first name, but I would prefer being called Pax, just for the guise of anonymity on the internet. But, you know, a name is a name, and getting my attention is, as long as I know you're talking to me, it doesn't matter in the end too much. I have not yet had enough people in chat to ever have like people talking to each other. When I was playing the Dark Souls 3 DLC, there were 2 people who were talking to each other, and that was kind of fun. So it's never been an issue. Like if a question is asked, it's 99.9% of the time it is talking to me. And yes, that is how I spell it. Just the first part of the name, it's peace in Latin. I took Latin in high school, and it was very fun. And so having a Latin-coded name. I also, Melchizedek, you may know as a name from the Bible, the Christian Bible. It's also, if you've read Paulo Coelho's novel, The Alchemist, it's about a boy named, I think his name's Santiago, who is sent on a journey to discover himself, and it's very pretentious and artsy and whatever. But at the outset of the novel, the hero's journey begins when Melchizedek visits him and asks for 1/10 of his sheep as a payment for a treasure much more valuable. And so Pax Melchizedekis refers to the peace of Melchizedek, which is just a biblical reference, which I thought was kind of neat. I got an English degree in college, and so did a lot of various readings, including the Bible. Yeah, it's the nerdy, like it sounds cool if you know how to pronounce it properly. It sounds cool on its own, but also has its own little particular meaning for the things that I enjoy, which is perfect for me. Yeah, Pax, it's just short, easy to say, and a little more distinctive than, you know, I don't know if John is still the most common English name for British/American people, but it's up there still. John is extremely common, and so being called John is, you know, it's not unique. And if you're trying to stand out on the internet, you probably want to be a little more unique than John. I don't need too many thin beast bones, but it never hurts to have more. Anyway. And by the way, yes, it's totally okay if you're not Christian. Like, I don't want to draw lines in the sand, but my experience has been that for all the things that the New Testament teaches, Christians are not the most welcoming people in the first place. And so I hope that anyone who watches this stream can feel welcome, regardless of religion, belief, or other cultural marker. There are good Christians out there. I'm not saying all Christians are bad, but like, it's not the atheists in the United States who are trying to, you know, determine who has rights as a human being or not, if you catch my drift. Anyway, I also try to avoid being explicitly political on this stream, but I have very strong opinions, at the very least. Yeah. I have known a couple of very friendly and very kind Muslims. And so everyone is welcome. As long as you aren't trying to stop other people from being here. The only thing we don't tolerate here is intolerance. I prefer if people don't swear in chat, just because I know that specifically my sister likes to watch my stuff, and she doesn't like swearing. But rip. I'm not gonna be upset if you swear. I'm not gonna call it out. It's fine. Most of us are adults, and if we're not adults and we're using swear words, we probably have a good reason. So. Hate speech is a no-no, though. So I will. I prefer not to need to moderate chat, but I'm glad that you won't be a problem, Nene. I prefer not to moderate chat, but I will make an effort to delete comments or ban people if they are going to be pricks. I also, in general, don't like spoilers, and that's the only reason I've ever banned someone else, was if they were trying to spoil the game that I was playing. Because I was playing Blueprints, and the whole point of playing Blueprints is the experience of playing Blueprints. You don't want people telling you how to play a puzzle game that is all about the experience of the game. Yeah, and that's honestly, that's the biggest reason I don't stream on Twitch right now, is I've watched Twitch streamers who have like even just like 50 people in their chat who, like, there's so much going on and so many different kinds of people who all want a piece of the attention, as it were. And it's so much to pay attention to and so much to try to keep track of. I just don't want to deal with it. You get a couple of people like that on YouTube, but not as many and not as frequently. Yeah. Freak is an interesting word because it can have positive and negative connotations, but there are a lot of people who, for better or for worse, like making friends with strangers. And sometimes making friends with strangers comes across very strangely. I like to keep the benefit of the doubt if you watch the Breath of the Wild streams. And then, well, I think he showed up in the Tears of the Kingdom streams. There was a commenter named Tax Evader who had a bit where he always talked about how he was evading his taxes, and really loved Tears of the Kingdom, so it was fun to, you know, chat, and I didn't have to look up anything because I could just ask him to tell me something and he would always know. But he was very strange. Yeah, like, everyone has what they like, and some people, it's because I prefer to be sympathetic. I prefer to have compassion because, like, we all have things we love, and the problem is that a lot of times people still treat video games as a niche hobby, and so if you like video games, you're harder pressed to find people who will let you talk about them. And that's one of the reasons that YouTube and Twitch are so good for people, is that it creates communities where you can talk about the thing you really like. It's just when it's not everything in the world to you, it sometimes is a little too much to try to indulge in, to try to be respectful and polite, but not over the top with. That might kill me. Yeah. I thought I could make it to that platform and then I backed out. So it's, again, I prefer to be kind to people and to have, again, compassion, sympathy, respect for people and what they like and what they're used to. I assume Tax Evader was probably a teenager. Like, whether that's correct or not doesn't matter too much in the end, but they felt like a kid. And it's like, okay, I had a lot of people who were very negative and naysay to me about my interests growing up, and that hurt. That sucked. So I'm not gonna spread that to other people. If someone wants to be goofy, be weird, then I'm gonna at least give them respect, if not a platform. Yeah, chill is my goal. Chill is my goal unless I am, like, going on a rant about something and then I want to come off as charmingly passionate and earnest as I can, but like, I don't know. I lived a very uptight life all the way through like my early 20s and found myself not happy. And so I just, again, I would just rather be laid back about things. Memorize spell. Oh, I need a lot more faith for that. We can put Bestial Sling down, and that's something. But maybe let's get to 20 strength, and then we'll start upping faith to try to use, because Lightning Strike is a good spell. And like, I like to imagine I'm funny too. There are times where I would like to be funny, but funny is funny is very much in the eye of the beholder, and so I'm not as desperate to be funny all the time. But I'm like, I have lots of feelings and opinions, because like when I get uptight, when I get anxious or stressed about something, it can be really funny for the people watching. My older brother has encouraged me to play Pico Park and other games with people where the whole point is like when people are bad, it's irritating and frustrating. And it's like, okay, I would, except it just feels performative to me to play a game knowing I'm gonna get angry. And that's hard. That's a bridge that's hard for me to cross. Because I'm still putting on a show on some level, even if I am a chill person by nature in some circumstances. Where did you go? Did you jump off? You jumped off. It's just like I'm still intentionally trying to be chill. I'm intentionally, again, for lack of a better term, putting on a show of being laid back. And so I have a hard time getting out of the role and mindset of streaming to authentically get angry at something when I'm like, okay, no, I'm gonna back off. I'm not gonna be overly emotional about this, whatever. So it's like this one of the more chill Soulsborne streams, because I'm not going to be upset if I die. Like it happens. You make a mistake, you do a bad dodge, you whatever. Like I've watched some people who are very funny as they get angry at what they perceive as unfairness in a video game, and it's fun. It's fun for a bit, but I don't know. Again, I can't say that I've changed in this regard too much. I still desperately want to be good at games and desperately want people to appreciate that I'm good at games, and so I want to present a skilled performance when especially like Pokemon Puzzle League. If you watched that stream, like the two wolves inside me are the I need to be the best there ever was at Pokemon Puzzle League, but I also just want to have fun. But yeah, when it comes, that's why I'll never play competitive games on stream, because goodness, that would just be ego death. Anyway, words are hard. TLDR, I want to be chill because I that's the kind of energy I want from the world, and I would rather put it out to give to other people who are looking for it. And maybe someday as I get more comfortable with streaming in general, I will play more rage bait streams and try to be entertainment for people as rage bait. But for now, I'm just mostly I stream as an excuse to play the games that I don't have other excuses to play. And maybe when the Tarnished Edition came out, I would be like, oh, that's an excuse for me to play Elden Ring, but I also don't want to spend friggin' $70 or $80 on a game I already own on 2 platforms at least. The only game that I own on every platform that I own is Borderlands 2. Well, actually Borderlands 2 and Hollow Knight are the 2 games. But I got Hollow Knight for free through PS Plus, and so I didn't have to pay for that beyond just PS Plus. I first bought Hollow Knight on the PC because my brother recommended it, but then I couldn't get a controller to work well on my laptop, and so I couldn't play the game very well. And so then I was like, oh, it's on sale on Switch, so I'll buy it on Switch. And then I first beat it on Switch. And then now Switch is the only platform I haven't 100%ed it on, so that might be my excuse to play Hollow Knight on stream again, is doing it on the Switch. It's charming to know that you can't see me raging, but like I had a really bad time. Bad. I mean, it was kind of bad. I had a bad time playing Pico Park the first time because I was playing with one of my friends who likes to give me a hard time. He's the kind of person who just likes poking people's buttons. And, like, he does so in a way that is very respectful, if such a thing can be called respectful. He's, like, he knows when to back off. He knows when you're taking it too seriously. He knows when he's gone too far, and so I'm a big fan. He's really chill, but he and his other friends were very, very fond of the fact that I was not happy that they kept intentionally screwing it up. And so it was not my proudest moment. Slow dodge. I should have healed before I walked in. I didn't realize. But yeah, long story short, again, it's all about the mindset that I've been trying to actively cultivate for streaming. Is that I want to, I don't want to rage while streaming. And I mean, I have just personally put a lot of effort into learning not to let my emotions be how I choose to react to things. There are still places I'm not great at. There are times I don't get along well with my family because there's so much history that it's like, oh, it's really easy to get mad at them. But that's kind of just family. Yeah, Malekith was a hard fight. I feel like there was one time I was fighting Malekith and he just jumped off the stage, and it was really nice, and it was like, oh, cool, I don't have to worry about this. But he was hard. Honestly, it's a little embarrassing, but I have a hard time fighting Godric. Some of his attacks, and maybe it's just that I went there early the first time and I wasn't prepared, and so I still have that little bit of PTSD of, oh, this fight's hard. But Godric's hard for me. Morgott proper, he's kind of hard. I mean, Millennia is the hardest. It's the boss that I have the hardest time with, for sure. That's a charming comparison. I don't have any younger siblings. I'm assuming you're younger than me. I'm not going to tell you my age. You don't have to tell me yours. I don't have any younger siblings, and I never really had interactions. The youngest cousins that I had lived either in Wyoming or in Las Vegas. So I don't have much like Big Brother experience. So it's charming that if I'm your younger brother, that's fine too. Don't get me wrong, but I find that charming, Nene. Anyway. We didn't use too many flat, so I'm not all that worried. We also don't have all that many souls runes, so it's not too big a deal. We can just ignore the Miranda Blossoms. There's a Site of Grace next to the bridge there, I think. Let's go hit that real quick. Thought there was a Site of Grace here. There it is. Okay, it's just a little farther back. And up a wall. Okay. Yeah, let's go to the Demi-Human Ruins then. I think that torch led us to the Earthborn Cave, so I'm not too worried. Oh. Yeah. I'm so easily distracted. Like, I don't need this much heroic fruit. I don't need half of what I pick up. Fully half of what I pick up is completely useless, considering that I'm never going to use it. But I just... Then that's how they got me with Pokemon too. Like, with Scarlet Violet and then Legend Zeta A. Like, just show me a bunch of sparkles on the ground that I can gather, and I'm truly the happiest clam. It's borderline pathetic how much I like accumulating things in video games. That said, like there are a bunch of open world RPGs that I don't like, that I've never like. I have a friend who loves the Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Origins and Valhalla, but I never. Part of it's because I never played Assassin's Creed growing up. And so I don't have that touchstone already. It's not a history thing for me. It would be a new thing, and most of the new Assassin's Creeds are kind of, I say new, because frickin' Origins is like 10 years old at this point, almost. 2018, I thought. Kills of the guilty, huh? We can put on some softer armor. And because the Blue Dancer's Talisman or Charm, I thought in the Dark Souls games it's a percentage of your max load. In this game, I think it's actually a flat value, and I don't think I can reach that flat value. So then we'll just take that for now. This gap looks like it's... Can I not cut the tree? Huh. That is a really good point. Thank you, Nene. I am truly head empty when I play a lot of the time. Demi-humans are very authority driven, and so if you kill the biggest one, then the rest of them will cower in fear. So it can be productive to take out all the little ones first, but it's also not ineffective to just try to focus on whichever is the biggest. I love that they just hit you with the staff. It's smart enough to know that it can use magic, but still chooses to, no. Okay, not that it matters, most of them are already dead. But now they are cowed and they won't attack you. I don't think they even attack you if you hit them first, so it's just a neat little mechanic. There's a lot of cool stuff like that in the game. Okay, go up to this church. What do you got to say?
The mausoleum prowls, cradling the soulless demigod. O America, Queen Eternal, he is your unwanted child.
Hopefully that picked up. I've been struggling to get my mic to register quiet tones. Okay, we're still going to put the 20th point to strength, but then we'll start leveling up faith.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. In Marika's own words, then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
If you like goofy, stupid voices, the Wind Waker playthrough I did, the first stream I didn't commit yet, but after that, I came up with a lot of goofy, good voices for people. All of the Zelda streams that I've done have a lot of fun, goofy, stupid voices. Anytime there's an old person, I've been trying to perfect my withered old person voice. And so who knows what the people in the I don't know what they're called, the shadows, the specters. Who knows what they sound like? They're all gonna sound like withered old people to me. Okay. So that's most of this first chunk. I don't like most of this area, so I think we're gonna go down to Castle Morn proper first. And then we'll get the rest of that on the way out. I also think there's another... golden seed around here. Maybe I'm wrong. Rip. Okay. Okay, let's just go kill this guy first, and then we'll explore. I would rather not get sniped. Yeah. Activate the Site of Grace here so that we can just teleport, but we're not going to rest. I really like the Confessor's Garb. Usually I just start as a wretch because I like the blank slate for stats. But the cape, just the sleek fit, the leather vibe, it's some good stuff. The cowl really turned me off to the Confessor class, but you can just take the cowl off. It doesn't matter. You don't need to wear it. The Siege of Castle Morn. A lone hero fights for his vengeance, only to fall at the hand of Lord Godfrey. The first Godfrey fight, the Spectre, the spirit version of Godfrey that you fight in Lanedell, Altus Plateau, that's what it's called. Lanedell is the city. That fight also really, that's one I struggle with. Angie jellies. Okay. So we'll make our way up there. And then I think we'll go to this coastline and then we'll just go to the castle. The left side of here is where Selen's real body is, I think. Nice. Yeah. I'm I'm not saying he needs to be hard. There are some bosses that I have a hard time fighting for various reasons, and it's Champion Gundyr in Dark Souls 3 is pretty hard, but I had a really hard time fighting him when I was streaming it earlier. That's the closest I've come to, really tilting off, if you want to watch that stream. I was not happy with how hard it was to fight him. That's where the golden seed is. The falling star beasts also really, really eat my lunch for whatever reason. But the Galaxy Scorpion people, I forget what they're called, Estelle, Natural Born of the Void, ? And I don't remember what the other guy is. Those, I don't know. My older brother has a really hard time with them, or did when he played, but I don't. I don't struggle with them as much. Okay, I said we were going to go to Castle Morn first. I think we have the Site of Grace, and I think I would rather go explore over here first. So let's go do this. I think once I get through Stormveil, I think I'm gonna go get the Scarab Beetle Charm. We might do a brief jaunt into Caelid for a couple of items. Because Caelid has like different difficulty sections. There's part that is really hard, and there's parts that are like, oh, this is you could be here right after Limgrave, no sweat. Yeah, the Golden Scarab. I think it's the golden one that does the increased rune acquisition in this game. Because, you know, in the Dark Souls games, the gold is item drops, and the silver is... Hello, rat. Rip. Ugh. The pages are like the worst little enemy in the game when they have that rapid fire perfume attack. That is one of the things that kills me the most. The Winged Scythe is also a holy weapon that we could use. Yeah, it takes a lot more faith than we've got, but it is pretty good. This will put us to heavy load if we want to use it. I guess we need to up our endurance. There it is. No, don't run off the cliff. Divine Fortification. Probably won't use that one. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. It's the weapon that my brother used in his playthrough, mostly. Because the bleed buildup is not insignificant either. So it might be a reason for us to actually start dumping into Faith. Because I believe it said 28 Faith to use as well. 24. Yeah, so it wouldn't be that much farther from using the Lightning Spear. Okay. If I remember, this fight, it's the ice people fall. Not what are they called? It's not Fallmore. That's something else. That's the Zamor. This is the Zamor hero, Everjail. Yeah. So maybe you're weak to fire. I mean, it's a powerful spell, period, but maybe they're weak. Yeah. See, if it was input reading, they would dodge when I hit the button, but it's animation reading, so they dodge when the fireball is thrown at them, which is really mean. Couldn't be healed there. Fine. Ha! Okay, phase 2. Rip. Nice. Yeah. They get the heal off when they do that. Sorry? Was that just like a phantom player that was in remarkably high detail for some reason? Anyway. That's a not insignificant amount of runes. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. It was a little tense there. I need 2 golden seeds already, huh? Okay. Let's up endurance. Maybe? No. Okay. Well, we're currently pretty content with our weapon and our armor, so let's take the time to put some faith in. Let's at least get to 20, but we'll shoot for 24, because then we have the option to use the scythe if we want. I mean, we still need 2 more decks, but that's doable. But yeah, let's start stacking some faith. Health is important. With the armor that we have on and with the I'm pretty sure most levels give you at least a little bit of damage negation. So I'm currently not too desperate to put more health in yet. When I start dying, and if I reach a fight that I am not confident I can beat, that's when I'm going to really start stacking health. And I want to have at least 30 vigor before we get to Altus Plateau. But that's ways away.
It will do no good, I swear it. And yet you persist. You frothing degenerates.
Yeah. I don't remember Selen's quest line as well as I remember most other NPCs. But I'm pretty sure she asks us to go and retrieve her glint stone from inside that body. Eventually, whether it is once we get to Raya Lucaria or whether it's once we get to what is it? Rena's, whatever area where the extra Selen body is. I'm not sure. We also might need to, you know, actually study some sorcery to do so. Glintstone Wave. Glintstone Wave here. It's so satisfying. You just kill them all in like 2 spellcasts. It's great. I am a fan of Selen, and I didn't like Jaren that much. But I also I wanted there's a little bit more with her quest line, a little bit more that you get if you follow her quest line rather than kill her with Jaren. So that was really the motivator. I just like getting things. Actual moral choices in video games matter less to me than whether I get good stuff. I mean, Radahn's pretty cool. He's, of all of the very morally questionable and selfish and cruel people in this game, Radahn is not one of them. He's a big boy who likes his horse. And yeah, Selen, like, she's definitely self-interested. She's definitely greatness at any cost coded. But I mean, sometimes confidence is just attractive. Oh, there was some Starlight Shards that I just now remembered I didn't actually get. I think I remember where they are, though. Ooh, yeah, let's heal. Yeah. We all thought Mikola was really cool and was the victim, to say the least. The victim of Mohg. But, you know, Mohg definitely beat the rat allegations. Yeah. Talking about morally questionable characters, Mikola's pretty high on the list. You have to have a pretty compelling argument to say that Mikola is someone you like and or respect. This is the trap, yeah. But this one doesn't leave you. This one just goes up to friggin' Lane, as I recall. Yeah. Barely a trap. Barely a trap. Because there's the Site of Grace just up here, I think. This game's so pretty. I don't think there's anything I really want out here. I want to pick a fight with a stone golem. Here's a chest. I mean, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have damage. He's probably just gonna one-tap me. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if there was a glitch. That was kind of just base Elden Ring. 1.0 Elden Ring was full of glitches. Okay. Good to know. Oh, excuse me. I did pick up these shards. Okay, cool. Embarrassing. I also almost never use rune arcs because am stubborn and stupid and don't take advantage of everything. So I don't remember how or where to activate most of the runes. So when the time comes, it'll be helpful to have someone who actually knows how to do that stuff. Don't think there's anything over here. Sometimes I use Godric's Great Rune, just because a bunch of health and stats is pretty convenient. But I just hold on to rune arcs, and I tell myself, oh, yeah, I just want to learn the fight before I use them. I don't want to waste it. I want to make sure that I am making progress first, and then by the time I make enough progress, I've already beaten the boss, and I don't need the rune arc. Sometimes I use Millennia's, because I like the Bloodborne effect, if not the Bloodborne proper. There's a merchant around here that sells a message that tells you that this is what you need to do if you are new to the game. But yeah, if you ever see the mausoleums, you just need to break all the white spots that you can, and then eventually it sits down. Yeah, like, I wish there were more cool, unique effects like it in the game, and I wish there were more good, unique effects like it in the game. But I still think it's good enough to take the rune slot. The Walking Mausoleums or Millennia? I'm not familiar with the Walking Mausoleums story as such, if they have a story. The guy who was outside the church saying, like, you're a godless child, that seems sad to me, but... Ah, there you go. Yeah, something like 7. Okay, I think that's everything here, though. I don't think there's another dungeon, at least. Lame. Oh yeah, gold fireflies. This is like the best place to get them. If you are trying to farm for a specific item, you use the gold fireflies, the pickled fowl foots to make the gold pickled fowl foots, which increase your item drop rate. Okay. Let's rest. Can't level up. That's fine. I get that these are probably not all corpses, but that's a lot of corpses. The biggest disconnect I have with fantasy in general is not having any actual practical knowledge of how many people it takes to run a castle. And so I never have an accurate, estimation of what an appropriate number of people is when it comes to how many bodies would be left after an insurrection, and reading all sorts of fantasy romantasy stories. It's unclear, to say the least, whether it's 5 servants or 50. Interesting you should ask what I plan to stream else. I have a hard time deciding what I want to play most of the time, because I want a good balance of something that is fun to play but also fun to watch. I did not want to aggro everyone here. So what I did is I put 5 games that I like, that I either want to play, have already played and want to play again, or have only played a little bit of and wanted to play more of, on a random wheel picker. And at the end of this stream, I'm gonna spin the wheel, and that's what I'll be playing tomorrow. And then if I like the game, I'll finish it, and that'll be a Friday stream. And if I don't like the game, then we just leave it at that, and I pick a different game next week. I only have 5 games on the list right now, but once I get a new capture card, that list will go up, because I have a ton of PlayStation games that I own through PS Plus or other purchases that I would love to play, but I've never had the time, and I haven't had a good console setup in a long time. My main monitor, the DisplayPort is broken, so I only have one extra HDMI, so I can't plug both my Switch and PlayStation into my main monitor, and I don't have room to set up my TV effectively. So I just don't play console games nearly as much as I play PC stuff. But yeah, that's what I plan to do for the time being. On a whim yesterday or the day before, I downloaded Crosscode. My dad bought Crosscode, and I don't know if he ever played it, but Steam Family for the win. I downloaded Crosscode and started playing it, and was completely floored by how much better I thought it, or how much better it was than I thought it was, based on the way it looks and based on my understanding of the game. And so I've been happily playing that, and whenever I beat that, I plan to buy the sequel and stream that. It's currently in early access, though, the sequel is, and so I have to decide whether I want to do that early. God of War 2018 was one of the first games I played when I bought a PlayStation 4, which was one of my first purchases as an adult, which was great. And yeah, it was really good. I bought God of War Ragnarok, and then I never finished it. I got 20 hours in. But the problem was that Scarlet and Violet came out 3 weeks after God of War Ragnarok did, and I wanted to play Pokemon far more than I wanted to play God of War. And so I could play God of War Ragnarok. I also could play Horizon Forbidden West. I dropped that game very quickly after I did not like the direction that Aloy's character took at the beginning of the sequel. And the story of the first main quest that you get, where you need to break up the Union so that the people can go back to work. It seemed a little contra Aloy's morals from the first game to me. But I don't know. I could give it a try again as well. Dishonored, though, I tried playing Dishonored. I spent I don't know, 10 hours. I also played Hitman 2 specifically and didn't jive with it. Like, I have a really hard time with sandbox games. I have a really hard time with games that don't have clear instructions. I think I'm a very creative person in a lot of ways. I'm not very creative when it comes to finding solutions when the game is hands-on. I can find exploits and I can find creative solutions when the game is gesturing to something. But like, I am so at a loss when it comes to playing Dishonored and Hitman that I was not having fun. I was just stressed, like trying to cover all the angles, trying to make sure I didn't miss anything, whatever. I recognize that classic Dishonored is classic Arcane, and classic Arcane is very good. But I just, we'll see if or when I go back to it, is the short answer. And like, I'm kind of interested in the James Bond game 007 First Light, because they made it clear that it's not just a Hitman game. But it's too expensive for me to casually buy when I'm not sure if I'm going to like it. Keep that in mind for sure. Dishonored's pretty low on the list of games that I would consider to stream for now. Partially because people do really like it so much and will probably have a lot to say about the way that I go about failing to play it. But also just because it's, again, a game that is stressful and not fun for me at the moment. Let's take a chug. These guys are why I wanted a bow, but I think the stone sling is good enough. As long as I can get close enough. Because it does a lot of stagger damage for them. The other element is I do want to have a good spread of games that I'm playing on stream. I could pick one game and stream it every day, and that's one way to do it, and that's what my brother recommends, and I don't think it's a bad idea. I just don't... I don't have as much fun doing that as I do having multiple games that I'm playing. And so Dishonored is a little similar, at least vibe-wise, to Elden Ring and Dark Souls and whatever. It's fantasy with a degree of development. The whale punk is charming in Dishonored. But it's also like grimdark almost. And I'd rather have something more like fluffy or lighthearted to stream. It's kind of why I played Astral Ascent on Monday, is that it's a lighthearted game compared to some people find Elden Ring gruesome or stressful, and that's totally reasonable. Smithing Stone 2 is good. Might be able to upgrade our sword again. Alabaster Dawn and Crosscode both would fit nicely into the Contra Elden Ring slot. Though I don't plan to stream Crosscode because there's so much dialogue and I don't want to read it all. I don't want to read it all out loud, at least. I love reading dialogue in video games on my own time. When I have to give voice to all the characters, it gets a lot more complicated. And I feel like what I watched of someone playing Alabaster Dawn, it is a little less... There's a lot of dialogue, but it's less, like... I don't know what to say, but it's less overwhelming. So I do plan to stream that. and hopefully there will be more content by the time I get around to buying it.
There's a face I've not seen before. I'm Edgar, warden of this castle, as ordained by Lord Godric himself. But you can see how things have turned out. The menials have all rebelled.
Menials.
They're
Racism.
foul creatures, as it said. And true enough, they're foul inside and out. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but whatever you come here to do, I'm afraid Castle Morn won't hold much longer. Take this, by way of apology. I see. From Arena. Thank you. I'm in your debt, but I can't leave yet. Even if the castle should fall, as commander, I must remain to ensure the treasured Sword of Morn does not fall into the wrong hands.
Treasured sword, you say? Yes. Omens, the Misbegotten. Everyone deserves better under the Golden Order. I like to imagine that Goldmask's ending is kind of the ideal, the ending that embraces the contradictions inherent within the Golden Order and rectifies them by inclusion. It's what I consider the most positive ending of the game, besides just the base ending. Slimes in basically every FromSoft game are all weak to fire, FYI. Anyway, I think there's some twisted merit in the Madness ending. Interesting.
Please help me. I'm of noble blood. If those hideous mongrels eat me, I'll be forever marred. Anything but that, please. Think of the disgrace.
Okay, buddy. This guy has killed me many, many times. Way more than he has any right to. The delay, holy cow. Yeah, again, that guy in particular. Other people like him, just fine. But that guy in particular, I just can't hack. I am perpetually tired. Ever since I missed my third day of work, I have been so stressed all the time and have not been able to get a good night's sleep. This is my third day of work at my first ever job, and the PTSD of my boss getting mad at me has driven my anxiety through the roof and put me in a state where I just don't sleep very well anymore. So yes, I'm always tired, boss. It's also just, frickin' summer, and the heat makes the eep even stronger. think I'm gonna put my bow on my right action bar, because I don't like cycling through 3 things to get to my torch again. Hey, oh. Yeah, it's not great. It's not like debilitating. It's not like life isn't worth living anymore, but it's just, it's more inconvenient than anything. So it's not, it is what it is at the end of the day. That's how I live with it. I don't think there's anything special for having fallen down up here, so I think we'll just... Dang. Oh, we almost died there. I am currently unemployed, and so I have all the time in the world to rest. It's simply a matter of being too stressed regardless to fall asleep when it is convenient and appropriate. I've tried I've half-heartedly tried various like relaxation techniques, and the part of me that doesn't like to acknowledge my own inadequacies says, okay, maybe if I actually gave it effort, I could, I could practice meditation, I could practice mindfulness, and might get more sleep. Just give me my runes, thank you. Step outside. Let them fly all at me. I'm not really a football guy, and so I have not watched, at least I got the runes. I've not watched any of the World Cup. I've seen a number of memes that I think are funny, but... I mean, I'm an American, and it is much less culturally significant for me. Football is less culturally significant than it is for much of the rest of the world. I watched one. I have a friend who's from Uruguay, and she and her family love the World Cup, and I watched one match back in like 2013 at her house. And I, with all due respect, I was bored. I just, like, the amount of running that takes place in football and the amount of, like, watching the ball go back and forth is so physically demanding. It's staggering how athletic football players are. But I just have a hard time being excited by it, you know? Third time's the charm. Yeah. And it might just have been a camera angle, because it was a very bird's eye view that I watched for most of it. But I watch people, like, I have seen, let's say, not that I watch actively, but I have seen a lot of like reaction footage of big games. Mostly it's like reactions to the goal that wins the game or whatever. And people get so excited, and I'm like, wow, you care so much. How do you care so much? Not in a derisive way, in a like fascinated way. Because again, there are things that I care deeply about that are not intuitively exciting, and so I'm not like I am not trying to yuck anyone's yum or try to assert any degree of like rightness to someone's interests, but I've never caught the hype of football, the way that I see people catch the hype of football. So, we don't know what From Software's next big project is currently. We have Dustbloods coming out sometime this year, and that's all we know that they're working on. They haven't announced what else they have. The story, when Elden Ring released, the story was that it was going to be the last game that they used on that they made using the same engine as Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne. Like, it's the same engine, many of the same animations, many of the same... There were a lot of naysayers who were very, like, petty about the fact that From Software used the same animations for opening doors and whatnot from Dark Souls 3. That's a stupid opinion, all due respect. It's like, reuse things. I, as a big fan of the Yakuza games, reuse assets. But all of that said, I hope that whenever From Software updates their engine, that they keep the giant crab the same, that they use the same animations, because fighting a giant crab in Elden Ring is the exact same as fighting a giant crab in Dark Souls 3, and I'm a huge fan, and it's great, and it's easy, and they should just always have the giant crabs be the same, because I've learned how to fight them, and if I have to learn different instincts, that's going to be a lot harder. I'm not into extraction shooter games because they're stressful, and generally, like, PvE or PvP games are not my cup of tea. I'm interested in Dustbloods because it is From Software, and I hope that it'll be good because it is From Software. Presumably, Nintendo handed them a bunch of money and said, hey, make a video game for our new console, and that's probably how Dustbloods came to be. As a concept, how it was born into the world, and I'm okay with that in the end. I think, as long as it isn't like the next Elden Ring, or as long as they're working on other stuff, that's fine by me. And so I'm moderately excited. I'm interested. Frick, yeah, that was a bad heal. I'm interested in the network test. I'm hopeful. It would be cool if I could get into it. That'd be a fun thing to stream. I got into the Elden Ring Night Rain network test, but I was not streaming at that point, so I just made a very bad video out of it and made a couple of fun shorts. And so I'd like to be able to stream the network test if the opportunity arises. Yeah, I mean, I acknowledge the incredulity. I acknowledge the... Have you played a Switch 2? I don't remember if you said whether you had or not. The graphics on Switch 2 can actually be pretty good. Metroid Prime 4 is a bad game in many respects. Graphically, it is not a bad game. Frickin' Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment is gorgeous. It's really good. I've been very, very impressed. As someone who has become kind of a graphics snob, I've been very impressed with the Switch 2's graphics. Like... And then, like, when we use the word reasonable, there's definitely a rationality to the argument of why on earth would you have your game be exclusive to the Switch 2? Again, I'm pretty sure Nintendo paid From Software a lot of money to make a game exclusive to their new console. And so, I wouldn't be shocked if they port it to other consoles after an exclusivity period ends. And B, I wouldn't be shocked if From Software thinks as well that it might be better if they ported it to other consoles. But the... Again, bottom line, I'm pretty sure it makes the most sense, it is the most reasonable for the circumstance that Nintendo paid them a lot of money to make an exclusive game for their console. The Switch 2 is very expensive, but again, I am a Nintendo fanboy, unfortunately. I'm happy to criticize Nintendo, but I also have a huge experiential investment in Nintendo, and so I was happy to get a Switch 2, because a new Mario Kart game is everything I ever wanted for a Nintendo console. I have 100%ed every track, 3 gold stars in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. It's truly one of my favorite games of all time. And Mario Kart World is really good. So, like, I hear you. I hear the arguments for why the Switch 2 is not great and why it's not good enough for being the price that it is. I hear that, but I still have a Switch 2 and I still defend it as a really good console. I mean, you say that, but freaking Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom have sold many Switch consoles. Like, both games are phenomenal games. And Metroid Dread was really good too, and I mean, Kirby Air Riders was a huge hit for a lot of people who grew up like myself and my siblings did, playing Kirby Air Ride on the GameCube. Like, huge fan, huge nostalgia for us. I grew up playing Nintendo consoles. I wasn't allowed. We didn't own a PlayStation, and my parents, being very conservative people, did not allow us to play rated T games without their specific approval. I did play Metroid Prime growing up, but that was like one of the only T-rated games that I played. And so, I also fell in love with PlayStation. I significantly prefer PlayStation to Xbox, and I don't know if I have more games for PlayStation than I do for Switch. Definitely Switch 2, because as you pointed out, there aren't many games currently for Switch 2. But I mean, I don't have hard data either, but I don't think it's a fact that not many people have a Switch 2. I think a lot of people have a Switch 2. Not as many as have a Switch, but the Switch is both very cheap, has very many different versions that you can buy for various price points, and has been out for over a decade. So compared to the Switch, absolutely not many people have a Switch 2, but like, I feel like they have sold a great deal of them. Yeah, Joy-Con drift is another one of Nintendo's meaningful crimes that they have committed in terms of gaming. And the original frame rates on both Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild are not impressive. But playing them on Switch 2 is one of the best experiences I've had in gaming. Especially Tears of the Kingdom. I liked Breath of the Wild, but I loved Tears of the Kingdom. So, like, I don't think Dustbloods is going to have a huge launch by any stretch. I think the intersect of people who like From Software games and people who will own a Switch 2 at launch is fairly small. But I also think that because it's Dustbloods, because it's From Software, I think there will be people who will buy it. Will buy a Switch 2 for Dustbloods is fairly high. I think there will be a large number of people who do it, especially if people like Fighting Hellboy and Vatividia and Iron Pineapple. If they like it, if they play it and like it, then people will be more incentivized to do it, which is, again, probably why Nintendo paid, presumably, an absurd amount of money to have From Software make a game exclusive to the platform. And again, like, that's an opinion. I don't think it's fact that most people buy it for Tamagotchi Life or Pokopia or whatever. Like, Pokopia was a huge seller of Switch 2s for sure, but like, I think there are a lot of kinds of gamers at this point in time, and a lot of them will have overlap of wanting to be part of video game conversations generally, and so having access to various platforms for the sake of being part of those conversations. But again, the data, like sales data, isn't necessarily the most public thing, so it's hard to go off base of, it's hard to go factually off base or anything other than media driven talking points. So it's
Rena, how could this be?
I think that's a fair point. But I think more people bought Bloodborne, or words.
chose duty over my daughter's safety.
More people bought a PS4 for Bloodborne after it was proven to be a very good game. And so I think the deciding factor is going to be whether Duskbloods is good, and whether content creators say that it's good or not. If they do, I bet it's going to drive a lot of sales. If they don't, then I think it's probably going to be a nothing burger. It'll be a sad thing until they expand it to other platforms, and then maybe it'll pick up more. But we'll see is the bottom line. It doesn't even have a release window, much less a release date. So we don't get to know yet how it's gonna go. Sorry, taking a drink because I've been yapping a lot.
I'll find them. The foul wretches responsible for this. I'll hunt them down and exterminate every last one of them. Rest assured, Arena, it will be done. I'll hunt them down.
Saws about it, man. Okay. So now we still have full 2 hours, man. There's part of me that's like, do we go to the Shiva River well? I don't think so. I think let's go to, well, before we get too far, let's go back to Round Table Hold and have some dialogue. Take a break. We can keep yapping. I can drink more while we talk to everyone here, because we didn't talk to everyone last time.
Ah, hello. You must be new here. Well, just call me Dialos. The honor of one's house holds little import in these lands. By the way, have you met a young woman named Lanya on your travels? She's my servant, but fickle as the wind. Take your eyes off her for but a moment and she's good as gone. If you find her, please be sure to tell me. Be sure to tell me if you meet a young woman named Lanya. She's a servant. She's been my companion. I've lost count of the number.
You've met Garank, I take it. Then owing to our duties shared, we are now comrades in arms. I think you've earned this. The power of the Golden Order to aid the hunt of those who live in death.
We do want Litany of Proper Death. I'm gonna need more intelligence for that. Are you kidding? Ugh.
I serve the Golden Order, that I might put this crooked land to rights, following only the guidance of the Great Elden Ring. Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth, and so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
That's just like your opinion, dude. We do want the memory stone. Can't sell to you, but we can just pop a couple of runes.
Pleased to see you again. Would you like me to? Now.
Yes, please.
You are so very warm. I was known as a deathbed companion where I come from. After I received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of champions, I lay with the remains of an exalted noble. To grant him another chance at life, to do so is the purpose of my being. But before I could bear the noble into new life, I was awakened by the guidance of grace and chased from my birthplace. Pray, be kind. Despite all that, I still wish to be a deathbed companion. So please, let me hold you like this, as often as it takes. Then good day to you, my dear.
Cool. The Baldachin's Blessing can be very helpful. It massively increases your poise, but I would rather have the little bit of health that it takes from you. We have 5 Stone Sword keys, so I think we can open this. One of these gives a prayer book. I think this is the crossbow. Yeah, and then this one has a prayer book. The Black Flame Incantation is pretty strong, and I think you get it from here. No, maybe not. Let's... Yes, Nene.
Well, I took you for no man to lay out your arms.
Yeah, let's... No worries. And as always, like, just so you know, if you need to go for longer, don't feel pressured to come back. Like, your life is important, live your own. Don't feel like you're obligated to return by any stretch. Sometimes people have been kind of weird of like, oh, I need to make sure don't worry about it. If you have things you need to take care of, just go take care of them. It is A-okay. Where? Okay. This should be enough. Just upgrading weapons before we go into the belly of the beast. I think that's everyone here. We give Corin the prayer book.
Ah, well then. That, its incantations bear no lineage from the Erd Tree. Very well. I'll take it off your hands.
Darkness. Yeah.
May the Golden Order...
Okay. Off to Stormveil we go. There's always a little bit of anxiety with Stormveil just because there are so many different side paths you can take, and I always forget at least one.
You there? Come over here. You're tarnished, aren't you? I would advise against taking the main gate into the castle. It's tightly guarded by hardened old hands. Oh, try the opening right here. The guards don't know about it. You'll breach the castle undetected. Yes, that's the spirit. I pray for your success. The guards, you'll slip
Yes.
But I guess he doesn't become a merchant until after you beat Godric. Like, Raya Lucaria has a lot of side paths, but they're all easy to find, in my opinion. I have a much harder time finding everywhere to go here and remembering everywhere to go here than I do Raya Lucaria. Or even friggin' Lanedell. Like, aside from the path you need to take, where it took me so long to figure out that I needed to jump up on the dragon's wings to progress. I spent hours, at least 1, if not 2 hours. I almost went through the entire subterranean shunning ground before realizing that there was actually a way to progress in the frickin' city. That aside, finding all the secret paths in Lanedell is, in my opinion, easier than finding stuff in Stormveil. The birds in here are some of the most irritating enemies in the game. Ow. I mean, I feel bad for them, because no one wants to have their feet replaced with swords. But there's only so much sympathy I can have with people who are trying to kill me, you know? Good, we got a heal. I guess we only have 700 rounds. It's not like it's a loss if we die. Welcome back. Yeah. Ow. Generally speaking, dogs in Souls games are some of the worst enemies, but these birds give the dogs a run for their money. Especially the ones that start breathing, or not breathing, but like flint and stealing fire at you. Man, let's just not. There you go. That's already all of our Estus. All of our Crimson Tears. When I started playing Dark Souls 3, I was saying runes and flasks. Now I am saying Estus and souls and whatever instead, and it's just a little tiny bit embarrassing for me. Yeah. I forget his name, but the guy talks big about slipping in the castle unnoticed, and then there are all the birds that want to kill you. I'm definitely more cognizant of my own weakness when I run out of flasks. I definitely am more prepared to go back and rest at a grace or just chug when I am low or out of flasks of tears. But again, I always appreciate that someone's looking out for my health. You roll through the barrels so that they can't firebomb them and blow them up. It all depends on the enemy type, but it's always either panic or lock in for me. When I realize I have nothing left, it's like, okay, well, there are no consequences. I say no consequences. There's no reason to try to play it safe anymore, so let's just go ham. So yeah, it's equal parts panic and lock in for me. Oh yeah, and that's another one of those that was really dangerous. That's another one of those fights that still like causes me to panic and make bad decisions, is getting locked in there, even though I know it's going to happen, even though I am frick, fall down. Bye. I think this is where the big hammer is. Or like, isn't it? One of these side paths has the big hammer. Unless I already picked it up. We have 4 flasks, so we might as well. Like, the Banished Knights aren't even all that hard once you're familiar with their patterns. And once you know what they're going to do, they're predictable, manageable, whatever, but they're just so scary, man. Yeah, fair. And I am fairly high level, all things for especially for this Stormveil. I'm level 35. That's pretty well prepared, to say the least. Plus I have a +5 weapon, which is nothing to sneeze at. Ah, the backstab. That's the hammer. Goodness gracious. I was pushing the button as I was falling because I was like, yeah, there's this jump I need to do. Anyway. Hey, we like armor. No, that's the hammer. Okay. Anyway. That's probably an arterial leaf or something. There's one drop off somewhere around here. There's the bonfire up there, but I think we can fall down here first. Because then you fall down here and... yeah, arterial leaf. Okay, then this Banished Knight is also scary for some reason. Yeah. Don't mind me just getting stomped by someone that I should be able to handle. Yes, I did know about Godwin's Corpse. That's one of those shortcuts or side paths that I always have a hard time finding. Even though I know it exists, even though I, like, have a good idea where it is, I always forget. There it is. Okay. Oh, 219 health, huh? I love so much that they made it so that you could run without losing stamina when you aren't in combat. Truly one of the best quality of life things they ever did. Huge fan. It's great. The other benefit of having a big sword as your primary weapon is that you can hit so many people at once if you are practiced with changing your direction. Early, when you're getting used to Souls games, it's almost always better to be locked on all the time. But as you get better, like, as you get used to the feel of different hits, as you familiarize yourself with attack patterns, like, you can pull off some crazy things by not locking on. Stone Sword Key. There's at least one bird that wants to eat me here. Oh. Nice. And the gesture here. Seek-word. Doing my best Seek-word impersonation. Anyway. Camera. Do we need to go down there? I don't think we need to go down there. I love slowly accumulating all of the armor of enemies that you fight. That's one of my favorite parts of From Software games. We only just need the Exile's chest piece. At this point, we already have everything else. Excuse me. Boards. Plot Talisman's very fun. I think it increases jumping attacks. Yeah. Okay. Don't remember if there's anything else around here to try to get. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Kind of a bad fall. There's the Banished Knight there. That's kind of a pain. There's reason to jump down there, but there's a different path to get there. We can take out these yokels first. Charged R2s, man. Heck of a drug. Another pair of pants. We've got a ladder here. I can get us back up, so let's pull down here. See if there's anything here. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I should have healed first. We heard the other guy aggro, and I didn't look. I tried to just intuit it, and it didn't work. But it's okay. It's okay. In my early days as a Soulsborne player, I would kill everything every time. So I always like, you know, getting more souls. Now, I always kill the ones that could be inconvenient later. And otherwise, I'm pretty lax about killing everything. I don't think I have that high of a item acquisition level. My luck isn't that great, for sure. I guess arcane in this game. I'm shocked. Well, there you go. I'm shocked how much stuff I'm getting. Normally, it doesn't feel this gratuitous. Okay. So eventually we need to make our way down there, but that's the path that the left doorway leads through. There's the bird again. There's that. Yeah. Well, and if you are trying to get specific items or whatever, there were times where I was interested in acquiring certain armor or weapons, and it can be, since you can, there's a finite number of tiers, I believe, but there's more than enough in a single playthrough that it's not unreasonable to respec for just something frivolous like that. Okay. Rip. Yeah, good heal, good heal. Freaking chickens scare me. Okay, so that's where we fell down before. So we're trying to get our runes back. We can keep going this way. Yeah, they definitely are on the upper end of item drops for sure. Like the frickin' commoner people who always drop dung or roa berries or whatever. Shocked that I ignored picking this up. Nope. Nope. Didn't want to jump sideways there. There we go. Okay. What we're actually going to do, the real reason to use a bow is because it lets you start whatever fights you want without needing to aggro everyone, without needing to fall into traps. You can engage on your own terms. Oh no. Okay, well, I think those are the first runes we've actually lost in this playthrough. So, that's rough, but it happens. Come again, Laertes, for the third. That is a classic rune farm for sure. I don't know what my first... I used the bow in Dark Souls 1 to get the Drake's Sword. I never used the Drake's Sword, but I at least got it. And then after that, I think I was like, well, why don't I just keep using it? Because like in Dark Souls 1, if you've played, there's the like horde of Capra demons and Taurus demons that sit outside of Lost Izalith. And you can fight them all at once, but why on earth would you when you can just shoot them one by one and aggro them in a reasonable and measured pace? And so ever since then, I always use the bow whenever possible to avoid getting in over my head. Hey. Okay. Now that I don't have the pressure of losing runes on the line, it's truly freeing. Obviously, it's not good to lose runes, but, like, there's so much relief that you get when you know you don't have anything to lose. Sure. Happily just strong attack you into oblivion. Nice. Take some arrows for sure. Okay, and now we're back at the front. Thank you for watching, Nene. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good evening. That your sleep is better than mine for sure. I always hope that for people. But again, thank you for watching. I'll be back Friday. And if you can't make it to the stream, again, that's okay. There's always going to be a VOD. So enjoy, and I hope you have a good night. Just barely. Then why are you walking onto those people? Okay, cool, cool. Thank you, I hope too. So first, grab the rune. Second, open the gate. Third, activate the Site of Grace, but don't rest at it, because we can't easily get back up to where we killed those people. Killed the friggin' Ballista people. Go down and happily loot these. We could keep going up this way. I don't... We'll see. There's the lion over here that is also one of the people that gets me a lot of the time. Yeah, because there's the other ballista people up there, the fire ones, that are a little worse. So I guess we will go try our luck with the lion. If we rush, we might be able to make it to Godfrey today. Or Godric. Bastard. Yeah. Until I have more faith, it's just going to be more effective to bash things with my sword. I love the sound effect of the chains, though. Rip. Rip. Nope. Tough. It's tough. Okay. We can go back. This is the main gate. Okay. Nope. If you get close enough, then they don't shoot you anymore. That at least gives you room to take care of some of the little guys. I think past this angle they can't really see you at all. Ugh, trying to rub my nose while frantically dodging crossbows is not effective. You can learn that from me for free. Yeah, we at least got the heal off, so we're not gonna die. Okay, let's do a cast heal, save our flasks. Let's go pick up our runes and have take 2 with the lion. Guess we can clear them out first. If you get a lot of good strong attacks off on these guys, they are somewhat easy to stagger. But you gotta be better than me if you want to pull it off. It's a little bit wasteful. Right. A little bit wasteful to use flask that early. We'll see if I pay for it here. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, that's fine. Welcome back, Nene? Question mark. Hello. Cool. Welcome back. I think I'm just gonna try to run and pick up my runes instead of fight everyone again. We run into here. Yeah, lion doesn't chase us in here. So we might be able to cheese it a little. I don't know if we're going to get to Godric on this stream. If I rushed, I might be able to. Like, I'd go with the specific path to get there. But I am very much a completionist in the way that I play these games. So I am going to go through all of the side paths first. We've got a little under an hour left. I end at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. Cool. Yeah, cheese the lion. So again, if I wanted to, I could rush and try to make it there quickly, but I don't think I'm going to. Okay, so let's go back to the tower and take the other path. Because we still need to go get the chrysalid so that Roderica can be even more sad. But then eventually be happy is the goal. Rip. No. Oh yeah, this is where I was thinking. Because there's the Crucible Knight down here. Now, Crucible Knights, very hit or miss. Sometimes I 100% like no hit, just absolutely stomp them. And sometimes I get really nervous and then they absolutely wreck me. So we'll see what that's like today. We'll see whether we are heads or tails. Because, like, I have a really good feel for where their swings are and for which attacks are safe to attack after. But sometimes they just combo me and I get worried and I lose it. And now he's active. The tail sweep is the worst attack. It's the hardest for me to properly avoid. Yeah, got him. Not perfect, but definitely good enough. And I can use the aspects of the Crucible because they're incantations. So maybe I will have that factor into my build. Maybe you can cheese the Crucible Knights from up there. But yeah, then it's just a not terribly helpful, but a little shortcut. It's not a shortcut, it doesn't go anywhere, but there it leads back to the site of grace up here. So that I don't have to kill the birds again. And it's nice having fire without needing to use fire arrows. Like, that's one thing I'm looking forward to with using incantations this run. So that's the path down to where Godric, or no, Godfrey. Godwyn? Godfrey? That's where the dead guy is. And here's your friend and mine.
Nice to meet you. The pleasure's mine. Roger is the name. A sorcerer, as you might have guessed. I'm looking for a little something here in the castle, when I'm not hot-footing it from the troops, that is. But enough about me.
Godwyn, yeah.
What are you doing here in Stormveil Castle? This place is bristling with tarnished hunters, you know. They sacrifice our kind for grafting. Not exactly a place I'd stroll into without a purpose in mind. I see. Here to challenge Godric and lay your hands upon a great rune, are you? You can see it then, I take it. The guidance of grace. Well, enjoy it while you can. I'm tarnished, like you, but unlike you, I've seen neither hide nor hair of this guidance for the longest time. Still, I won't forget how it felt when I first came here. To the lands between. I'm privy to a few magical battle arts. Would you care to learn one? As a fellow Tarnished, once guided by grace, I'd love to help you out, if it please.
I don't really care. Don't need his stuff. There's another banished knight around here. Yeah. It'd be nice if someone ended up happy. I mean, what's her name? The woman who becomes queen of Limgrave. is she's happy as long as you don't turn her into a doll. What's her name? It's been too long. We'll meet her eventually. Patches is mostly happy. I mean, he's sad because presumably he likes the Volcano Manor lady, and it's tragic to watch her eat her husband. Orlu is the is Godfrey's other name, but I think that might be her last name as well. Yeah. Nefeli, yeah. Nice, good. Panic a bit there. Yeah, she ends up happy. She's one of the few, for sure. Now, I thought... Yeah. I mean, that, like, things fanaticism does to you, you know? That's a lethal drop, for sure. For sure. Yeah, Reichard... Props to his voice actor, for sure. But not a huge fan, personally. Yeah. There's a jump somewhere that gets you over there. And I, like... I don't remember where... I thought it was over those sandbags, but... You should go through here. It's not down. Or at least not down right there. Oh, duh. Yeah, okay, this ladder. Frickin' heck. And then you fall down here. And you open the door here. Yeah, cool. Man. Okay. Didn't want to aggro you. Definitely not going to fit through that doorway. Is the casting sealed in here somewhere? Right? Maybe not. I thought there was a seal, incantation seal here. Maybe that's another one. I mean, buddy, I can play this game all day. The game where you stand in a position where I can throw fireballs at you, but then you don't hit me. I have no problem cheesing these guys because I'm so bad at fighting them. Yeah. I try to avoid using shields wherever possible. Mostly out of needless pride. Completely needless pride. I prefer to be able to dodge and have that be how I survive. But yes, shields do help. I also just don't have the weight currently to carry another shield or weapon. I did notice just a little bit before you messaged. I was belated, but on top of it. If we don't make it all the way through, we can always end by going and helping Roderica. Definitely gonna rest here. $27 faith, huh? Sure. Yeah. I'll recognize it once I get to the specific room, but I have locked in how to get there for sure. Speaking of arrows. We'll make some fire arrows and some normal arrows. This room sucks. There's just so many people, man. I had the dogs, but the dogs aren't going to do much against a large group of people. That's okay, we had the shortcut. Ah, yes, and what's his name is stealing our runes. Yeah. There isn't too much of value down here. More just making sure that we go down here than anything. And you can get down there from somewhere, that's fine. Not worried about exploring all of that right now. We'll probably have a finishing up Stormveil stream. I won't take that long, it'll be like a fourth of the time for a stream, probably. Like, we could go... Godric is right there. Would not be hard to go give him a try. I don't really want to. Hey, don't hit your dog. Hey, what did I just say? Omen The Omen people are very backstabbable. That makes them very easy as long as you can get behind them. After their kick move is a great time to do it if you get it right. Right. Oof. There is another site of grace nearby. There's another... Yeah, right there, right there. Definitely gonna rest. What a shock. Yeah. This is right in here, right? You go through the jump through the window section. Yes, I do know where Nefelilu is. It's not a matter of wanting help, it's just that I am not in the mood to do it at this very moment. If we get all the way down to the bottom of Godwin's section, and we have nothing else to do in the castle, then yeah, we'll go give it a shot. I'm just not jonesing for the fight right now. Oh, I miss. It's fine. I had to look up how to get down here originally because I had no notion of making those jumps. There's some stuff down there. I mean, we can get back up. Maybe I should be more scared of the Banished Knight than the bird, but... Birds are just more inconvenient. Oh boy, 3 lumps of flesh. You bastard. Maybe you can't pick up that item unless you jump on the ledge, and maybe they just had an accidental death. But there are a lot of people out there who will intentionally die in spots that make it so that your option to select Bloodstain interferes with your ability to do what you actually want to do. And those people are mean. I see you, Bat. Oh, come on. Again, we're at the threshold of just barely not one-shotting these things. Yeah, it's worse in Dark Souls because it's less... The prompts are less helpfully selective. It'll prioritize a bloodstain over a ladder, for example, I think. Dark Souls 1 specifically. It's a pain. It's funny. I have to admit that it's kind of funny, but it's the kind of funny that doesn't make you happy. I don't really need the sorcery, but again, I just collect for the sake of collecting. Yeah. That's a good call. Okay. Like, what are they called? These guys, whatever they're called. I'm really good at fighting them. Every once in a while, they really have their way with me, but they show up so much that you gotta learn their patterns somehow. Ulcerated Tree Spirit. And since iframes are so potent in this game and all From Software games, like, as long as you know when to time your roll, it's the hard part is getting to the critical, because sometimes you go on the wrong side and it just doesn't work out. Yeah, the Rot Lake one is the most scary and the most difficult to deal with. Because there's so little space. And also just Scarlet Rot is traumatizing. Yeah, I was locked in an attack there. And that one was just a bad roll. Well, that's okay. We can probably just run past the bats. I guess they can fly, but we'll see how difficult they want to be. Yeah. In Dark Souls 1, you get additional souls if you overkill an enemy. I don't think they carried that over into any other games, but it's always more satisfying to go for the critical hit for the kill, regardless. We'll let it pop out first, because getting hit by the initial eruption threw me off a little. Yeah. So then it almost always does the holy eruption after, because that's when you get to half health. So we'll just take a drink. That was a slow roll. And that should do it. Cool. I think it drops a golden seed too, yeah. And here's our fishy boy. I have fishy boy and extremely long ladder. So let's go meet Nefelilu, get that other golden seed, add another flask, and then I guess we are facing off with Godric. Cool. Oh no, we're not gonna start from there. We're gonna start from over here. Oh, that was so close. Okay. Hey, we got a talent. I don't know if I've ever gotten one of those before. Uh-oh. That's the sound of the doorbell, and I am the only one home. So, this really sucks. I will go a little bit longer, but I need to go into the door, so I will be right back. Apologies again for needing to step away. But we're back. Okay. Isn't a Pelly Lou's just right over here?
Be proud. You were a fine one. Well, who do we have here? Tarnished, are you? Clearly not one of Godric's lot. I am Nepheli Lou. Tarnished and warrior, like you. I'm here by decree of my father. How utterly repellent this is. This grafting of Godric's ill befits a lord. He's tainted the very winds. If you intend to challenge Godric, I ask you call upon me. The winds run foul with his deeds. I'm certain father would permit me aid the fight. Apologies. As fellow Tarnished, we must each follow our own guidance, down whatever road takes us to the throne of Elden Lord.
Oh. And then we have these guys. And you lure this guy over, because he will follow you a long way. I don't know what's wrong with my shaders that the game has decided to flicker so much. Come on, bro. But you have him attack this statue, and you get yourself some smithing stones. And then they usually fight each other long enough that you can run away, get to the side of the brace, and reset. We're going to take a stupid risk, and we're going to go pick up this item. Yeah. Cool. We're close enough that let's hit that level. And yeah, I guess we're gonna go give Godric a shot. We'll try first without Nefeli-Lu, and then we will try with Nefeli-Lu. It's a good cutscene at least once.
Mighty dragon, thou'rt a true born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well. A lowly tarnished, playing as a lord. I command thee, kneel! I am the lord of all that is golden.
Rip. Take a drink. That attack's long enough that it's easy to get a free heal off. And playing on the stairs is a little unfair for him. I'm not saying it's unfair, period, but like a lot of his attacks don't hit very well if you're on the stairs. Oh, that reach! That was a lot farther than I was expecting. Yeah. I hate the storm attack. I like to be the one who staggers people. I don't like getting staggered. I hate, that's the downside of the stairs, is that it gets really hard to hit the critical.
strongest of dragons. Lend me thy strength. Forefathers, one and all! Bear witness!
That was a really convenient stagger. Hey, we got there. We got there.
Of all that is golden.
Yes, we locked in.
One day, we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
You just get extra runes if you can pop one off before the runes trigger. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. The attacks that really screw me up from him didn't come this time. And so it worked out. Definitely worked out. Okay. Let's go listen to him whine for a bit.
Pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya? Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath. Oh. Hello there. This weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
Yeah, nothing that we desperately want. I guess the bandit garb looks kind of cool, but... Cool. Open the throne. And then let's go... we'll talk to... we'll go do Roderica like we said we would. Before we wrap up for the day. Anyway. I went to the wrong place. We need to go to Roderica first, and then... Yep.
A pleasure to see you. Did you give the little chrysalids the message that I love them? And that despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough. What's this? A keepsake? From my men? Oh, goodness me. I can't... They all believed in me. They all thought I'd make something of myself. Me, who can't do anything. I think I'll head to the round table hold, Perhaps I'll find my purpose there. I think I'll head to Hapsov.
You do that, lady. And she's gone from here. So we're gonna quickly go here. Ooh, this might be the wrong room. Yeah. Is it the Rampart Tower? Yes, it is. Nope, not there. We're here. What? Maybe eventually you can get her hood from this pile of corpses. Ha, embarrassing. Her hood, yeah. Which I'm guessing we have to go do the rest of her quest first, but... Gonna get the souls. Nope. Yeah, she hasn't lost her hood yet.
Greetings. Nice to see you again. My name is Roderica. I should have told you sooner. Isn't this place impressive though? The Round Table Hold, covert quarters of the Two Fingers, and gathering place of champions who vie to become Elden Lord. I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us Tarnished had such fantastic roots, although it's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose. Oh, and please allow me to express my thanks for giving me that keepsake from my men. It was as if I was frozen with self-pity. I failed them at every turn. You have my gratitude. Please, take this.
Nice.
It's all a bit much for me. I'm still looking for my own.
Now, look at you. Those eyes tell a story of a challenger who's felled her mark. Fine and well. Now lay out your arms. The girl you brought here, she's crestfallen and can scarcely swing a blade. But she has a gift for spirit tuning. I saw another one like her long ago. Their eyes share the same hue.
It's all a bit. I'm still looking for my... You're telling me I possess some kind of gift? I don't believe you. But if I do have this talent, and goodness knows it would be my first, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me. Certainly he does appear intimidating and holds no love for us Tarnished. But I know he's trapped here at the Round Table Hold, so I can tell. If I do have a talent for spirit tuning, And goodness knows that would be a surprise. I suppose I should try to. I'll ask Master.
At some point you have to rest in between. So we're just gonna do that on the off chance.
Oh, your divinity, have mercy and grant me forgiveness. The road is yet long, a god is not easily felled. But one day without fail you will have your wish. So please grant me forgiveness, Queen Marika. You, is it? I didn't notice you there. I'll be doing my job, same as ever. Just lay out your arms. Those words were not meant for you. I may be prisoner to you, tarnished lot. But my prayers are mine, and mine alone. Well, I've had my say. I'll be more careful too. The girl. What about her? Are you out of your mind? Who'd stay with an ugly brute who only knows how to smith? Absurd. Besides, she'd never agree to it. I refuse to believe it. I don't doubt you, but I know when something's too good to be true.
There we go.
Good to see you again. Thank you very much. I have you to thank, don't I? For persuading Master Hugh. I can happily announce that he has taught me the noble toil of spirit tuning. I'm as yet unsure of what I might be able to accomplish, but if I might be able to help you all, I'd certainly like to try. And if there's any chance to ease the suffering of my dear men who were grafted, well, I certainly must try. Roderica, the Spirit Tune Apprentice. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
We'll upgrade our poor borks.
Well, I took you for no matter, it's all out your own. I spoke with the girl. She has a gift for spirit tuning. So I told her everything I know. I'm indebted to a spirit tuner I met long ago. It was all I could do to honor her. I'm sorry I doubted you.
Okay. We'll probably talk to the Two Fingers next time. We'll go get that hood and then we'll call it a stream. I never wear it, but I always like the look of it, and I'd always like to come up with an outfit that would work with it. Cool. Alrighty. Might as well end at the Table of Grace. As always, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I know you, Nene, have, but if anyone else watching this enjoyed it, feel free to like and subscribe. I always like to see numbers go up, etc. Before we go, I need to spin the wheel to see what I'm going to be playing tomorrow. So I'm going to pull that up real quick. So let's... There's that. trying to find a way. I guess we'll... Let me see. Pull it up behind. Trying to get it to fit legibly. Okay, here we go. Finally. So 5 options. I have played Bastion, which is a great game. I would love to play it again. Transistor, I played for a while, but every time I quit the game, it would crash my computer. And I think that was a problem with my computer and not the game. And so I'd like to finish it at some point. Cocoon, people loved it 2 years ago, last year. Never played it. Generation Zero, I have started twice. Most of my family owns the game, but only one of them wants to play it with me. And so I'd like to play more of it, but haven't gotten around to it. And then 1000 X Resist is the one I'm most skeptical of, because it is a heavy story game that might have a lot of speaking I need to do. But I've heard rave reviews about it, and I would like to play it. So these are the 5 options, and we'll see what we play tomorrow. Okay. Looks like we will play Cocoon tomorrow. It's a very short game. I can play it in 2 streams if I do want to finish it. But that'll be that. Okay. So Cocoon tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to play on Monday. It's a holiday, I think. No, it's not. Friday's going to be a holiday, and so potentially next Friday, I might get my friends together to play Rogue Core, and so maybe I'll play Cocoon 2 days in a row. If I don't finish it in one stream, then maybe I will finish it on Monday. We'll see, but that'll be the plan. I will be streaming Monday and Friday for sure, and then next Thursday, again, more Elden Ring. So once again, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And as always, bye-bye.